Okay, court is back in session, the lawyers are present, the defendant is present, are both sides ready to bring the jury in? And it's my understanding by in order to accommodate a defense witness who's flying out of state tonight, we're going to stop the testimony of Finney Browd and take the defense witness out of turn. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And state you don't have an objection?
Right.
Okay.
Jurors are entering.
Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in order to accommodate one of the defense witnesses who has a flight out tonight, we're going to stop the testimony of Finney Browd, what we call the perpetuated testimony. That's the video testimony we've been watching. And we're going to, the defense is going to call one of their witnesses out of turn. And then when we finish with that witness, we'll continue the testimony of Finney Browd, just so you all understand what's going on. Okay, defense, you can call your next witness when you're ready.
Thank you, Deb. Shanika, stay up.
Just please remain standing on your feet.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. The stationary microphone right in front of you, the It looks like a stick coming out of the desk. That's the microphone that you're going to be using. If you would please speak into the microphone, state your full name, and spell your last name for the record.
Dr. Shamika Stanford, Stanford.
Would you spell your first name too?
Shameka.
Thank you.
May I?
You may.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed?
I am a professor and a speech and language pathologist.
And are you licensed in your field?
I am.
When were you licensed?
I was licensed in 2010.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in computer science with a minor in speech and language pathology. I have a master's of education in speech and language pathology, and I have a PhD in communication sciences and disorders with a specialization in child language disorders.
Okay. And what is your employment background?
My employment background is primarily an associate professor in communication sciences and disorders and a speech and language pathologist.
Do you have a primary field of study within speech and language pathology?
Yes.
What is that?
My primary field is child language disorders and the intersection between communication disorders and involvement with the criminal justice system.
And have you published in the area of speech and language pathology?
Yes.
What area of research did you publish in?
Primarily, I publish in the area of child language disorders. I publish in the confluence between communication disorders and involvement with the school to confinement pipeline and involvement with the criminal justice system.
Okay. And have you previously testified as an expert in court?
Yes.
And how many times?
One other time.
And what would you say is your specific area of expertise?
My specific area of expertise is the intersection between language disorders and involvement with the criminal justice system, criminal thinking and behavior, and the school to confinement pipeline.
Okay. Dr. Stanford, tell the jury what communication is.
Communication is the interaction of code systems and language, verbal and nonverbal, between one or more people.
articulation?
I don't know specifically why, but I know that there was a referral for a concern of his speech production.
Okay, so the referral was only for articulation errors.
Correct.
It did not include a language referral.
Correct.
Okay. So, from your review of his preschool records, what's the takeaway from that?
The takeaway is although there was definitely the presence of speech disorders or speech production, there was also a greater concern about his language ability and his language skills, and that was being presented in his behavior and his inability to make friends. And so there was a definite noticeable impairment in his language skills.
Okay, and did you feel it was adequately being addressed at that
I did
time?
not. No.
Okay, so then let's talk about elementary school. What was the focus of his treatment in elementary school and kindergarten?
Primarily the speech disorder.
Okay. And was he also evaluated in kindergarten?
He was
And do you remember when?
2005.
Okay. And what did the results of that language evaluation show?
The results showed that although there was a speech disorder, that there was a severe presence of a language impairment, specifically with problem solving, WH questions, sentence expression, following directions.
Okay, and you said severe, is there a test age equivalency that was provided in the records for this test?
I do not recall.
Okay. Is severe the highest
Yes.
ranking of the language disorder?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time in kindergarten, do they begin to address some of his language delay?
Yes, they began to.
Okay. And so how do they address it?
So they address some of the goals, mainly the vocabulary, and they primarily focus on the speech.
Okay, so they did provide goals. Were those the ones that he really needed the most, I guess is a way to ask?
So they were not the most significant areas that could have been addressed at that time.
So based on your review, what areas should have been addressed?
So that definitely should have addressed the problem solving, the verbal directions, following verbal directions. It should have been addressing for the consequential thinking and inferencing skills, and then definitely addressing the vocabulary and sentence expression.
Okay. And when was his next testing, if you remember?
2007,
Okay, and how old is he at this time, if you remember?
8.
Okay. Do you remember how many months?
He is 8 years, 4 months.
Okay. And what was his age equivalency on that test?
On that test, his age equivalency was at least 2 years behind his chronological age of 8 years, 4 months. I do recall that.
Okay, so you remember it being 6-ish?
It was, around 6 years of age, 6'1".
Okay, so he's still presenting at about 2 years behind
Correct.
his chronological age.
Correct.
Okay, and at that time, did his goals change to reflect his needs?
The goals changed slightly.
Okay, and did they reflect his current needs?
They still were not reflecting the areas that required the most attention.
Okay. So let's talk about third grade. And just generally, what is the significance of third grade in a child's
So third
education?
grade is that middle mark where a child is transitioning from being taught how to learn to getting ready to go into a grade where you're having to use those skills to learn. And so third grade is that marker where if you're missing the base and skill in knowing how to take notes, follow directions, retain information, ask for help when you're not understanding something, ask for things to be repeated. When you get to the fourth grade, again, there's going to be that continuous gap or fall behind in your ability to keep up with the rest of the class and your peers.
Okay, and was he tested in third grade?
He was tested in third grade, yes.
Okay, and do you remember what his chronological age was?
His chronological age in third grade was 10 years, 7 months.
Okay, and do you remember what the results were from that testing?
The results from the testing was that he had a severe language impairment.
Okay, and do you remember the range of his scores?
His scores range from about 6 years, 5 months to about 8.5, 8 years and some change.
Okay, so he's still about
2 years behind, yes.
Okay. Now, are there factors that can affect the scoring on the tests?
Yes.
And what are those?
So you can have many external factors that can affect scoring on a test, beginning with distractors. So depending on what's going on around the individual who's walking by in the hallway, children yelling and running up and down the halls, how the information is presented. So the clinician giving the test, there may be a disconnect between how I'm asking you the question and how you understand the question. There may be also mood. It just may not be a good day for you. And so testing may not be the best time to test you at that moment. And then you may also have test fatigue. A test can generally take about an hour at minimum for one test. And so a child can definitely get tired in Nikolas' experience, sitting still for long periods of time was already an area of impairment. So having to sit for an hour would be difficult.
Okay, and you said before that the testing, the different tests, there was a range of 6-ish to about 8.5. Is it uncommon for there to be such discrepancies in the subtests?
No, it's not.
Okay, and why is that?
Well, you have different factors. One of the factors is that the tests are not all created by the same author. And so the way they score or set up the scoring guide can change those factors, but also a child's skills may be better in one area than another. And so you may see the difference in the ability because of that.
So when the SLP gets that information and sees strengths in one area and weaknesses in the other, what should they do?
They should address the area where there's weakness.
Okay. Now, at this point, how long has Nikolas had an IEP?
About 5.5 or 6 years.
Okay, and have there been speech or language-related goals in that IEP?
Yes.
Do they appear to be working?
No.
And why is that?
Mainly because the goals were not relevant to his needs. And so they were writing goals, but the goals were not addressing what needed to be addressed. And so, you know, there was that continuous intervention, but it wasn't functional or relevant to what you needed, so it wasn't hitting home.
And so what did you see in your review of his records through elementary school that would tell you that he was still struggling with this language disorder? So
besides the grades demonstrating, you know, low grades, there was also just the behavioral output. And so there were, you know, times where there's avoidance behaviors where you would see that Nikolas would act out or lash out so that he can be put out of the classroom, primarily because the difficulties were so low or so impaired that me getting kicked out is easier than me having to sit here and let everybody know, one, that I'm struggling, but two, that I am unable to do this work. And so you saw a lot of that behavioral stuff, not being able to attend to the task or sit still or, you know, attend to that information. You also saw it in his social ability in the classroom where the impairment was breaking down his attempt to make friends. And so his thoughts or approach to making a friend was not common to the other children. And so there was a lot of social skills and peer development breakdowns.
Okay. Now I want to talk now about middle school. And what is the significance or how, you know, for a child moving from elementary school to middle school?
Middle school is a very demanding, as we all probably know, a very demanding part of your academic career. It is the preparation for you to go to high school, which is transitioning you into adulthood. But middle school is also where the curriculum becomes more heavy and the burden becomes larger because now you have to write. You have to put your ideas in writing. You have to be able to organize your thoughts to put it in writing. You have to be able to express yourself in many different settings and interactions to be able to function and succeed, not only directly, but also in the standardized testing and assessments that are developed in the middle school sector.
Okay, and from your review, how did having this severe language disorder affect Nikolas academically in middle school?
Academically, Nikolas significantly struggled. He demonstrated significant difficulty in all grades. It impaired his ability to keep up with the class demand and the curriculum demand, but also to succeed in each of the classes in the end-of-year testing.
And what about socially?
Socially, again, that was that significant impairment that created an isolation process for him. So it was almost like him trying to communicate in a different language than the peers around him. And so because they weren't speaking the same language, no matter what he tried and how he tried to remediate that, it was always, I'm speaking one language and you're speaking another. And so his peers kind of avoided him because what we recognize as a disorder came across as just, weird or awkward for them. And so he had a lot of isolated moments.
What is social communication?
Social communication is the communication needed to engage with others in a social setting and to be interactive.
Okay, and did you see evidence of impairments
Yes.
in that? All right. How did having this language disorder affect him behaviorally in middle school?
So behaviorally, there were a lot of overt physical behaviors that were the default because at some point it just became that this is the manner that is most comfortable for me to respond back to react when I'm frustrated, when I'm confused about what's happening, when I am anxious, when I'm stressed, when I'm angry that my friends don't understand my joke. Like those type of things impacted him socially. And so he, again, had a lot of isolated moments where there was just a disconnect in that ability.
And did you see an evaluation of him in middle school, a language evaluation?
There was a language evaluation, yes.
Okay, do you remember what grade?
This was in the 8th grade.
Okay, and do you remember how he scored on that?
The test was incomplete, so I know that there was some noted concerns, but the test was not fully done for me to tell you what it was.
Okay, did he show some improvement?
There was slight improvement, but not enough for him to catch up to what he had already lost.
Okay, and what would explain why he showed some improvement in the 8th grade from where he tested previously?
So by this time, if you have been living, for instance, from pre-K all the way to the 8th grade with a language disorder and impairment that is impacting you in all areas of your life, you tend to pick up some compensatory strategies to kind of bridge the gap for yourself. So you figure out ways to make it work or succeed, and you pick up on those. You swallow language whole so that you may not inherently understand it, but you can do it enough to get by. And that's sometimes what you see when you see an individual where there's some progress in some areas and not others, is that they have figured out or developed some type of skill to do enough to get by.
Okay. And now let's talk briefly about high school. So what's the significance of the transition from middle school to high school?
So high school is your part where you're transitioning into adulthood. This is preparing you to get a job, to go to college, to be functional in society. So it is that preparation. It focuses on academic skills, but the goal really is to transition you into being able to function in society.
Okay, and so as you go from school to school, as you move up from preschool to elementary to middle to high school, do the demands increase in all areas?
Absolutely, the demand will increase in all areas.
Okay, and that's academically?
Academically, yes, and socially.
And socially, okay. And did he receive any language services in high school?
He did briefly.
Okay. And was he tested at all in high school?
There was a test scheduled for high school, but I don't recall that it was administered.
Okay. So I want to fast forward up now to around the time of the incident, actually the date of the incident, February 14th of 2018. And you told the jury that you reviewed his statement to Detective Curcio, is that right?
Correct.
And did you see anything in that statement that would be significant to you in terms of a language disorder?
Yes. There was noted difficulty with answering the WH questions. There was difficulty with understanding the words that the detective was presenting to him. And then there was also some behavioral things that were noted when he was also in pre-K and first grade that he was also doing in the room.
Okay, and what kind of behaviors did you see that he was doing when he was a child?
So there's a moment in the interview where he's banging his head or pulling his hair. These were also common behaviors that were reported constantly or consistently in his reports in pre-K and kindergarten, where he would pull his hair and bang his head.
Okay, so did it appear to you from watching that Nikolas grew out of his language disorder when he was 19?
No, it did not.
Okay, and you said you interviewed Mr. Cruz yourself, right?
I did.
Okay, when did you do that?
I interviewed him in 2021.
All right, and what did you do as part of that interview?
I conducted a comprehensive speech and language evaluation.
Okay, and just generally, like, what did you observe in your time with him?
I observed that there was the presence still of a language disorder. I also observed that there was a lot of times when he was attempting to try to appear like he understood what I was saying or what was happening, but because I could see below the surface, I recognized the language disorders.
Okay, and you said you did a comprehensive evaluation?
Yes,
And what was the purpose of that testing?
to determine if the presence of a language disorder still exists.
Okay, and is that purpose, your purpose, was it the same as the purpose when he was in preschool and elementary school and middle school?
No, not necessarily.
All right, what's the difference?
So in the school testing, they were testing to qualify him for speech and language services. They were testing to determine if there was a disorder that they could now treat and if he was eligible for the services based on the school requirement.
Okay, and were there any limitations to your testing of him?
There was.
And what was that?
Some of the tests that I did conduct were for an age that was below Nikolas' current age when I tested him.
And why did you use those tests?
Because those tests are designed to determine the presence of language impairments in various areas. Those are the only ones available to do that.
Okay, are there tests that exist for people over the age of 18?
There are, but they are not designed to test language skills below that age. They are designed for when there are extraneous factors that have impacted the individual's language. So if there's been a traumatic brain injury or a stroke or dementia, the tests are designed to test for that.
Okay, so the tests that are designed for adults, people over 18, are more for acquired
Correct.
problems. And you were not looking at that, right?
Correct. I was not looking at that.
What were you just looking for?
If the presence of a language disorder still exists.
Okay. And what did your testing tell you?
That Nikolas still presents with a moderate to severe language disorder in both expressive and receptive language.
Okay. And do you know how long Mr. Cruz has now been incarcerated?
About 4.5 years.
Okay. Do you know the circumstances of that incarceration?
That he's currently in isolation,
Okay. And do you know how he spends a lot of his time?
watching the news and reading books.
Okay. How would that affect his abilities, his language abilities?
So 4.5 years of only being exposed to news that tells you current events and reading books, you're going to pick up some new words, vocabulary words. You're also going to remember current events, especially because the news repeats information. So you're being presented with the consistent information that is given on the news. So now you appear to have current events and be up with what is happening in society.
Okay. And you said you also listened to a few of his telephone calls.
I did.
Okay. And what did you hear in those that would be significant to you in terms of the presence of a language disorder?
There was still the presence of difficulty understanding sometimes what was being said to him. He had trouble sometimes with the WH questions and vocabulary words. There were also behavioral presentations where at one point he began to make the animal noises that were reported back when he was in pre-K and kindergarten.
Okay, and what did you think that was about?
So one of my opinions would be that the conversation got really heavy and too deep for him. And so he was presenting with that avoidance behavior where he started to make the animal noises to distract or get off of that topic. Also because he sometimes has difficulty verbally saying, that let's change the subject, or I don't understand what this is about, let's move on.
Okay, so is he able to have a conversation?
Superficially, yes.
Okay, and what about, does like the number of people involved affect it?
Yes, when there are more people involved in a conversation, his ability to engage in that conversation is going to crumble because you have to have many skills to have a conversation with multiple people. I have to listen to you and keep track of what you're saying, listen to the person I'm actually talking to and keep track of that topic. And so being able to do all of that in addition to figure out the words that are being used and the cadences and flows will affect him because those skills are still impaired.
Okay, and based on your review of the more recent interactions, his statement to the police, your interview with him, the jail calls, do you believe he grew out of his language disorder?
No, I do not believe so.
Okay, and then can you just tell the jury, as best you can, what it would be like to live in a world, when you have a very severe language disorder?
So when you engaging in society with a very severe language disorder is almost like you walking around in a booth by yourself where you're screaming internally, but no one can hear you on the other side, where sometimes you are able to get the information out, but when you did, it came out as gibberish. Or that you're talking about sneakers and I picked up on the sneaker part, but I start talking about shoestrings. And so there's always these breakdowns and these difficulties to stay with what is happening in society that creates this bubble of where you're isolated, where everything may on the surface seem good, but when we really dig into the discussions and the words and the interactions, it starts to crumble apart. And so you're standing there alone because you're never able to really connect with anyone.
Okay, may I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
I don't have any more questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination? Sure. Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Stanford.
Good afternoon.
So on direct, you mentioned that you went through a lot of the educational records that you reviewed and mentioned where the defendant had scored on some of these. These were all standardized tests, correct?
Not all of them, no.
What's the percentage of them that were standardized?
I don't know off the top of my head.
More than half?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, these are tests in which the defendant is compared to other children of his age and grade, correct?
In the standardized ones, yes.
Okay. And you also said you watched the confession of the defendant,
Correct.
and you made some observations. How do you know he wasn't just faking throughout the confession?
Faking what?
The behaviors.
I was speaking to what I noticed in correlation to what he presented with in pre-K and kindergarten.
Had you met with the defendant before you viewed the confession?
I did.
Okay, so this was after you met with him and you felt that these behaviors were the same as the one he was exhibiting when he was a child?
They were consistent, yes.
Okay. And you administered approximately 10 different exams to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And that was all on the same day?
They were 2 days.
And that was
Consecutive.
August 23rd and 24th?
Correct.
Okay. Can you speak up just a little
Yes.
bit? You have a soft voice. How long did that take?
The first day it was a full day, so almost 7 hours, if I'm recalling correctly. And the second day was about 4 hours to complete.
Okay. And these are all educational and psychological tests?
These are all speech and language pathology.
I'm sorry?
Speech and language pathology assessments.
None of them are forensic site?
One of them was a forensic test, yes.
And which one was that?
The Miranda rights.
And are you familiar with this book, Standards for Educational and Psychological Testing?
It was referred to me before in deposition.
I'm sorry?
I'm not familiar with it independently, no.
So did you use the methodology in this book in performing all these examinations?
No, because I'm not a psychologist.
Well, we'll get to that. So you said for the Miranda, that's the MRCI test that you administered?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have that manual?
I don't have it on me, no.
Do you own it?
Yes, I do.
Did you own it at the time that you administered the test?
No,
Okay. You purchased the test, correct?
I did.
And that is a forensic psychology test, correct?
It was created and it's on a forensic psychology website, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that in order to administer that test, you have to either be a medical doctor or have a PhD in psychology?
I'm aware that when you purchase the test, they put you through the qualifications to make sure that you are qualified to test, and I met the qualifications.
How did you meet the qualifications if you don't have a medical degree or a PhD in psychology?
I have a PhD in communication sciences and disorders, and I'm trained in
I'm sorry,
forensic.
ma'am, could you just
Sorry.
slow down a little bit and speak up for me? Because
Yes.
it's all blurring together. And with the mask, it's hard to hear.
I apologize. I have a PhD in communication sciences and disorders, and I'm trained in forensics. I apologize.
Dr. Stanford, can you see this?
I can.
Okay, and keep scrolling. I'm sorry, go back up. All the way up. I'm sorry, go back down. Down. Okay, right here. It says doctoral degree required.
Screen is blank, and we haven't seen this before, and we're not seeing it now either.
Okay. Miss, can you see?
I can see it.
I see it. I don't know.
We don't see each other.
No, I don't see
The
it.
state has not previously shown us any of the documents that they intend to use, if this is the only one, so we would just like to have an opportunity to review what it is they're going to present to the jury, which is what we have been doing throughout this entire trial.
Okay, I state, is this where the test was purchased? Is this a
This is the
website where it's
website, it's a
purchased?
public website.
Okay, so what are you asking me to do? Can you all see it now?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, so let me know when you've had enough time to look at it.
Orders for this item will not be shipped unless you establish your
That's
qualification.
not a form, so I don't know how you were able to get the test,
Mm-hmm.
but you are not a licensed psychologist or psychiatrist.
I am not a licensed psychologist or psychiatrist, no.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the actual test is concerned, that's again the MRCI test that you administered. There's basically 4 sections on that test.
I don't, yes,
Okay, and you did not score one whole section, correct?
I'm sorry, what was your question, please?
There's 4 sections on the test, and Dr. Stanford, you did not score an entire section, correct?
I don't recall. Can you show me what you're looking at?
Just to refresh her recollection, she can just show the witness, she doesn't need to put it on the screen.
Okay, this is the state's cross-examination, how you would conduct your cross-examination and how Ms. Giappone wants to conduct hers don't affect one another. So if you have an objection, that's fine, but making suggestions as to how she should conduct her cross-examination.
Well, an objection of refreshing her recollection with a document she publishes.
The objection is sustained.
May I approach her?
You may.
This is Mark's. I'm showing you what is
Thank you.
the test that you administered to the defendant on August 23rd, 2021, and that's the MRCI, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and there's that first page there, there's the 4 sections that I was talking about.
4 sections,
And there's
yes.
the 4 section that's not scored.
The section is scored. It's not recorded on this first page. So when you go to the section, it's scored.
Why wouldn't the scores be put on the front page then, when you were making your comparison?
Because when I wasn't making a comparison, and 2, I wasn't reporting on that area.
I can't imagine.
I wasn't making a comparison and I wasn't reporting on that area. It wasn't an area I was looking at.
Is this a subjective test?
I don't understand your question.
Well, I mean, you didn't have the manual, and so you're just randomly scoring him.
I don't understand. What's the question?
You didn't have the manual, right, before you had this test?
Before I had the test, I did not have the manual.
Okay, so do you know if the manual allows you to just not put all the scores together on the front to say anything relevant about this test?
The test is not a conglomerate of all of the scores equaling a final score. Each score stands alone.
Well, is that what the manual says?
The manual doesn't say that the test is a requirement of all scores for standardized assessments.
How would you know if you don't have the manual?
I have the manual after, you said during the time. I have the manual after.
You didn't have it when you administered the exam, though.
I didn't carry the manuals inside with me, no.
The next test that you administered was the social responsiveness scale. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And this is really a test to assess autism, isn't it?
No.
And, well, the defendant's not diagnosed with autism, correct?
No.
Are you familiar with the manual on this test?
Yes.
And are you aware that the test was standardized to church and community groups?
Am I aware that they were standardized to church and community groups?
In other words, that was their database that they used.
Okay,
Okay, you understand what I'm saying?
sure.
Okay, so since that's your normative database, why would you use it for somebody that's incarcerated?
Because you don't know who's in a church or community group. It could be people that have been incarcerated in a church or community group.
Well, in order for anyone to say anything relevant here, you have to be comparing groups that are similarly situated. Would you agree with that?
No, because I was not comparing.
What were you using the test for then?
Determining if the presence of a language disorder still exists.
I can't understand.
Determining if the presence of a language disorder still exists.
But in order to do that, don't you have to compare him to other people that are similarly situated?
No, you do not.
You're just comparing him to himself.
You compare him to yourself, correct?
These are normative diagnostic tests. That means that you're using them to compare them to a similar situated group.
No, it does not mean that.
It doesn't mean that.
No.
Okay. You also administered the test of information processing.
Yes, I did.
And looks like that was on the same day, August 23rd, 2021.
Correct.
And there's a section in there, if you recall, DR1, DR2.
I do not recall. Can you show it to me, please?
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank
This
you.
is the whole exam.
Okay. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
And what is DR1 and DR2?
They're the sections of the assessment that probes the individual for remembering information that is presented to them.
And you have that doesn't remember in both sections.
Correct.
Okay. But there was no problem remembering in some of the other sections.
But those were different presentations.
Well, his memory was fine for one page and then, according to you, not on the second page.
No, because those are different presentations.
Okay. Did you test him for malingering?
I did
At what point?
at the beginning before we did any other testing.
And what test was that?
The B test.
That's a test for malingering?
Yes, it is.
It's not a test for effort?
It is a test for test effort, which also looks at malingering.
You gave him the social language development test adolescent?
I did.
Okay. And it says right on the test that the ages are from 12 to 17, correct?
Correct.
But you gave it to the defendant and he was almost 23 years old, correct?
I did.
And again, this is a test that's a normative diagnostic test. It's supposed to be used to compare the student to other students of the same age and grade, correct?
Okay, correct.
And the reason for that is because after 12 or 17 years old, there's no more data.
The reason for that is because by that age it is expected that the child would have mastered language.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
The reason for that is because usually after that age, a person would have been expected to have mastered language skills.
Okay, but there are tests for adults, correct?
Those tests are for when there are extraneous factors that have now impacted the typically developing adults' language skills.
So you're saying there's no age-appropriate test for this defendant, and you had to use one where the cutoff was 17?
There were some, and I did use those.
I mean, these tests have, the ages are for a reason, right?
When you're doing school age, the ages are to let you know that there are some tests that may be too high level for certain ages, and so I wouldn't use a test for a 17-year-old on a 3-year-old.
Are you familiar with the manual for this test?
I am.
Does it say in there that that's the appropriate use of this test?
That what is the appropriate use?
It wouldn't be an appropriate use.
I don't know what the question is.
Does the manual say that it's appropriate use of a test that specifically says you can only use it for ages 12 to 17 to use it on anybody of any age that you choose?
The menu doesn't speak to any of that.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay. You also gave him a clinical assessment of pragmatics.
I did.
The acronym is CAPS.
Yes.
And in that test, the defendant watches a video, right?
Yes.
And you tested, you said for malingering in the beginning with what you said was the B test.
Correct.
And you didn't have any concerns
About what?
about whether he was malingering during this test.
He presented with normal test effort.
He
He presented with normal test effort.
normal test effort.
Yes.
Okay. And similarly, like with the last test, this is supposed to be only administered to children up to 18.
Correct.
Okay. But you thought it was appropriate.
I did.
Okay. And does the manual allow for that?
Allow for what?
Using it for inappropriate ages?
There's no such thing as an inappropriate age.
Then why have an age on there at all?
Because again, there's some tests that'll be too high level for some ages when you're qualifying a child for services in the school system. So I would not use an 18-year-old test on a 5-year-old.
But there's no data in those tests to compare him to.
I was
There's
not
no
comparing him.
23-year-olds.
I was not comparing him.
So how do you say anything relevant about a score?
Because I can tell you what his skill was in each of those areas that I tested.
Well, then you can just do that without administering a test.
No, I
These tests
cannot.
are designed to compare to groups of people.
They're not designed to compare, they're designed to tell you where the deficit in ability is.
But in order to tell you that, you have to compare to a group of people.
You don't have to.
Are you going to be, are you watching the defendant over a period of time?
As far as what?
Are you going to retest them in the future?
If I am asked to, yes.
I mean, that's the only way that individual testing can tell you anything.
Well-
These tests are designed to show where they fall in a group of people.
Well, that would have been established from the past records demonstrating a language impairment and then testing him again when I did. The presence that the disorder was still there demonstrates that there is a language disorder.
All right, you also gave the clinical evaluation of language fundamentals.
I did,
That's the 5th edition.
correct.
And again, this test is only appropriate for individuals 11 through 21.
Correct.
And in fact, there are certain pages, may I approach?
You may.
In which the top
Thank you.
is specifically says ages 11 through 12 complete. And you had the defendant completed anyway.
I did, I had him complete all of it.
And again, this is a test that doesn't have any normative data for a 23-year-old, correct?
Correct.
And you still felt it was appropriate.
I did.
All right, the test of problem solving, you administered that, correct?
I did.
And now this is normed for 12 to 17-year-olds, correct?
Yes.
Can you please put up the- There is a caveat with this one, however.
Okay.
Let me know when you can see.
I can
the
see it.
Manual. I don't think this is the top.
Okay, do you want to state for the record what you're going to be showing her?
It's a test that she administered. It's a test of problem solving TOPS 2 for adolescents. And I'm just showing her the manual, and I was going to ask a question about whether or not something was done. Okay. Dr. Stamper, can you see this?
Yes, I can.
And Aaron, can you scroll down a little bit, please? Now, it does say, if testing a subject 18 years or older, no normative data can be used except for age equivalency. Report the subject's performance on the TOPS 2 adolescent with a narrative report describing how the subject responded to the various question types. You didn't do that with this, correct?
I didn't do what?
What I just read.
Which part of what you read? They gave a bunch of different things.
Did you write a narrative report?
I did not.
Okay. And this is the last one. This is the comprehensive assessment of spoken language, 2nd edition.
Okay.
And this again is only supposed to be given to individuals up to 21. Do you know why you didn't fully score this?
Can you show it to me? I don't recall what you're talking about.
For the record, you're showing her.
I'm sorry, this the comprehensive assessment of spoken language, 2nd edition.
Thank you. Where I didn't fully score what?
For example, this has 15 through
Absolutely.
71.
Sure. So when you do an assessment, you start at the age of the individual or close to the age of the individual. Anything before that is considered correct unless they get these answers wrong, and then I will respond by error correcting and administering backwards. So you don't score these.
Right, but you didn't finish this whole row.
Because once you get 4 incorrect, you stop testing.
And why would you start in a area where the age is 9 to 14?
So if you notice, I started at his age and went backwards. So again, like I said, once a person demonstrates an error and we can't establish a baseline, you go backwards. So the reason why I went that far back is because he actually performs at the age of a 12-year-old.
And how are you able to assess that when there's no data for a 23-year-old in this test?
I don't understand the question.
How are you able to say anything relevant about how the defendant is performing when you don't have sufficient data?
Because the data is the performance of the individual. So if you ask them the question and they respond correct, that's your data. If you ask them the question and they respond wrong, that's your data. So his performance was that he answered the questions wrong all the way back to the age of 12.
With all due respect, Dr. Stanford, the data is the normative database.
No, the normative is not the data. The data is what is the performance, the raw data.
We talked a little earlier about age-appropriate tests, and you said that there were not any.
I didn't say that there were not any.
Okay, well, are you familiar with the wide range achievement test, 5th edition?
I am.
And you did administer that,
I'm not qualified. I don't administer the WIAT. That's not in my scope of practice.
but you could have administered it.
I could have, but it was not in my scope of practice.
And that's for ages 5 to 85, so that would have been appropriate.
No, it would not have.
It would not have,
No,
because you didn't want to administer it?
no, because that's an education assessment and I was assessing language skills.
Well, this assesses reading, spelling, math skills, and
Math.
possible learning disabilities.
So you identify education assessment. I was only assessing language skills.
And what I just read into the record doesn't speak language skills to you?
You can identify language skills within them, but that test is primarily designed to test education performance.
Are you familiar with the Wechsler Individual Achievement Test?
I am.
And that's also used for a variety of clinical, educational, and research settings?
It is again an academic assessment,
And that's for ages 4 through 50.
correct?
So the defendant would have been appropriate age for that test.
Not for what I was testing, no.
You said you listened to some jail calls,
I did.
and there are hundreds of jail calls. Did you listen to all of them?
No, I did not.
And it's your opinion here today that the defendant doesn't have an inherent baseline to functionally prepare for anything?
Can you repeat what you said again?
It's your opinion that the defendant doesn't have the inherent baseline to functionally prepare for anything?
No, it is not. Is that my words verbatim?
Wait. Let the witness finish. I'm sorry, go ahead,
Thank you.
because you both were talking at the same time.
Do you recall making that statement?
I don't. Can you refresh my memory?
May I approach?
You may.
Just tell me what you're showing her on what page. The, Dr. Stanford, page 114.
If you can take a look at lines 3 through 11.
Thank you. Okay, your question?
Do you now recall making the statement that it's your opinion the defendant doesn't have an inherent baseline to functionally prepare for anything?
I do recall, yes. Thank you.
Did you watch the video that the defendant made just before the shooting where he identifies himself as being the next school shooter and he wants to kill at least 20 people?
I did not.
And are you aware of the clothes that he chose to commit the crime?
I have not.
Did you read any of his social media posts?
I did not.
A look at any of the searches he did prior to the shooting?
Any of the,
Searches on the web?
I did not.
Did you look at any of the facts in this case other than watching the confession?
I reviewed all of his academic records, his evaluation records, the calls, and the confession interview.
But not the facts of the case?
Outside
That's
of those,
background, not the facts of the case?
besides the interview, no.
Okay. But it's still your opinion that he doesn't have the ability to functionally prepare for anything?
It is still my opinion.
I have nothing further to say.
Okay, anything else?
Why is it that you didn't read or look at anything about the facts of the case before you started reviewing the school records?
Because I didn't want to bias my approach to my assessment and my evaluation and analysis of the data related to his language disorder.
Okay. And you were asked about the Miranda rights test.
Yes.
Okay. Can anybody go on the internet and buy that?
No,
Okay. And you were asked about, because you're not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, are you allowed to buy it? How were you able to buy it?
I had to demonstrate by providing my credentials, my certificate of training in forensics. I had to provide my PhD degree, my master's degree, and all of my training in malingering assessment before they would take my order.
Okay. And so you were then allowed to purchase?
Yes, I was qualified.
Okay. You were also asked about why you administered tests that were for an age group, and we already talked about this, but the purpose of your testing was what?
To determine if there was the presence of a language disorder that still exists from the one that was documented in his records.
Okay, and still up on the screen is from one of the tests, and we'll just use that one as an example, the TOPS
Okay,
2. And that test is normed for 12 to 17 and 11 months, correct?
correct.
Can it be used on individuals older than that?
Yes,
Okay, so when it says it's normed for that, but can be used older, what does that mean?
it means that they practice the test on individuals between those ages to see how they performed on that test, to be able to get the scores that we get standardized when you're qualifying a person in the school system.
Okay, and so this was not to qualify him for any services?
No, it was not.
Okay, you were just trying to find out if he still has this language disorder?
Correct.
Okay. You also were asked about a malingering test. And you gave him a malingering test?
Yes,
Okay, and you said he showed normal effort?
yes,
Okay, and did he exhibit any other behavior to you that indicated to you that he was putting forth an acceptable effort?
yes. So he demonstrated in all of the tests requesting for me to repeat things when there was an opportunity for him to be able to have things repeated. He would take his time, sufficient time processing information. He did actually attempt to recall information from the processing test. And so that demonstrated that he was actually trying and not saying, I don't know, and moving on.
Okay, and did he seem interested in how well he was doing?
He did.
What would he do?
He would ask me if he got it correct or how was he doing as we were going through the test.
Okay, and is that behavior, trying to determine whether he's doing well as he's going through this, is that behavior consistent with malingering?
No, it is not.
Okay. Did you choose some of the tests based on what you expected to see based on your review of the records?
I did.
And in general, were your findings and is your opinion consistent with the language delay and disorder that is documented through several years and several thousand pages of school records?
Yes, it is.
Okay, may I just have one moment?
You may.
And you were asked about a statement that you made, asking whether you stated that he doesn't have the inherent baseline to be able to functionally prepare for anything.
Correct.
Okay. And I want to show you, do you still have that?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm going to show you, what was that in the context of? Was that just a general opinion, or was that in relation to something specific?
It was in relation, thank you, to something specific. The question was about his ability to process information quickly, and if he's able to compensate for processing information quickly.
Okay, and that was, you were discussing a particular test?
Yes, we were discussing the problem-solving test, I believe.
Okay, so you weren't making a broad sweeping?
I was not.
Okay, all right. May I have a moment?
You may.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and you're excused.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and and gentlemen, I think we'll take a 15-minute recess and we'll come back and get through at least some of the rest of Ms. Finney Brown's testimony. Please do not discuss the case and please leave your notepads behind. Thank you. jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Defense, when you're ready, you may continue publishing Vinay Brown's testimony.
Different policies that he had in the office, in the House office, and only to find out that he cashed them in.
You say he,
Roger. She had no idea that he did that. I mean, there was one or two still left, but the majority of them were cashed in.
Okay.
And there was one policy that was for $1 million. And Linda, I think the other policies paid for themselves, and that's why she didn't pay them each month. That's why she didn't know that he cashed them in. Okay? Because the $1 million policy, Linda paid all the bills. Roger would give her the money, and she would pay the bills. That's what she did. But the $1 million policy, she made that payment every month. So when it came down to that policy, I said to her, we have to set this policy up where it has to be only used for secure, for them to, what's the word I want to use? Hold on. When they trade, okay, people have policies that they use for trading purposes. Okay, they put it, it's on the market, and you could use certain parts of it and trade on them. But I told her it had to be all on secured trades only. Okay, where they couldn't just put it, let's say, on Joe Schmo's thing because they just, they just came on the market, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it had to be for secured purposes only. And then we sat down with her, and I sat down with her, and a financial person sat down with her, and she was asked, well, what's your monthly bills? And, we had to get in touch with Social Security and see. Roger was already collecting Social Security because he was older, okay? But now it's a widow's thing, and the children collect under him once he passes away, okay? So we had to find out how much that was and how much she needed to live on in the house because it was expensive, okay? And that's when we found out that he refinanced the house several times. And it was at a maximum. So it wasn't like she could refinance it and take some money out to live on. Mm-hmm. Okay? So at that point, we set her up with a monthly thing, and she was extremely frugal. I mean, she didn't go to department stores to buy clothes, okay? She went to thrift stores. But she was always, you could see in the pictures, she was always dressed to the nines. Like you never knew those clothes came from a thrift store, okay? You would think they came from Neiman Marcus, Saks Fifth Avenue, okay? Mm. But she was like, she wasn't a spendthrift. She shopped at Walmart. Okay, that's where she went for groceries. She would not go to Publix. If that gives you some idea of how she was.
Did you become formally involved in her finances after Roger died?
Yes.
Okay. And explain, how did that happen?
Well, she called me up and she said to me, we got to go to the bank. I want to put your name on my account. So in case, God forbid, something happens to me, at least you could take care of the kids. So we went to Bank of America and I signed everything, including her safety deposit box. And that was it.
And when you say that she asked you to be on the bank account in case something happened,
She was, let me think how to describe her, how she was. She was very lonely. Even though she had Nikolas and Zachary, you know, and I think that's what helped her mentally, that she had them, okay? Because I think if she didn't have them and Roger had passed away, she would have been like a lost soul. She found it very difficult, and she would, like I said, we would be together 24/7. When my mom passed away and my brother came and everybody came, Linda was at my house every single day. And my brother asked me, does she ever go home? You know, that type of thing, because, and I said, yeah, she goes home, you know. But she needed the security. So my husband and I were there for her security.
and your mother died in what?
2006.
2006.
Mhm.
And where was she buried?
My mother's buried in the same, right, 2 sleeves down from Roger, on the same wall, in the same mausoleum. That's where she is.
Okay. And did you frequently go to visit your mother's grave?
Yeah, I do, and I always visit Linda and Roger too.
Okay.
I was just there.
But before Linda died, you would go visit your mother's grave, right?
And Roger, yeah.
Okay.
Always the 2 of them together.
And were you ever able to tell when you went to the cemetery that Linda had been there?
Oh, yes.
And how was that?
Well, there would be flowers. She would tell me that, you know, she went. Because she'd always tell me, I said hello to your mother for you, type thing. And so that's how I knew that she always went. But she never brought the boys, Nikolas and Zachary. And I used to ask her, why don't you bring them there? You know? And she says, no, it's not necessary.
Do you know whether or not Linda or the boys ever went to any sort of grief therapy after Roger's death?
Yes, they went. She got in touch with this Parents Without Partners, I think it was called. And she got involved with that. And it was sort of like, to describe it, it was probably like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts type thing. And the boys would go and they'd do activities. And you know, they would be around children who either lost their mother or their father, type thing.
I think you said earlier that your husband Bruce was trying to fill the void in their home. Is that right?
Yes.
I want to show you a photograph. This is marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit J, and just ask if you recognize it and describe who's in that photo.
Okay. That's my husband. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You don't have to.
That's my husband with Nikolas, teaching him how to ride a scooter. I think Nikolas is like 3 years old there.
And what did Nikolas and Zachary call your husband?
Oh, Uncle Brucey Monster.
What's that?
Well, because Nikolas used to do the lion thing, you know, so my husband would change it to be like a monster, you know, like King Kong or Godzilla type thing, you know, and we love those boys.
Show it to the camera if you would. Thank you. Now the Defense Exhibit number 11.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was muted. No objection.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get emotional.
Don't worry. Did
I just want to tell you a little something. I don't know if I ever told you this,
okay.
but right after Roger died, it was Valentine's Day. And the two boys came to my husband and I. And they said, Daddy's not going to bring Mommy flowers, candy, and a card. But we would like to. So my husband and I took them and bought flowers, a card, and candy. And they gave it to her for Valentine's Day. That wasn't too far. I don't remember what month he passed away in. It had to be like August, right?
Yeah, I think so.
But this was the Valentine's Day after. So we did do that with them.
Is that something that you did on more than one occasion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we fulfilled that for them, whatever they wanted to do for her.
I think you already mentioned your mom dying in 2006,
Yes.
right? And that Linda was spending a lot of time with you at that time.
Yes.
And so if we sort of jump up to when Nick starts actually going to school, did you ever become aware of any problems he was having at school?
Yes. The nursery school would call Linda because he was out of control, hitting, you know, kicking. I even want to say one time I remember him spitting. Okay. So she'd have to go get him.
Okay.
So it started at a very young age.
And when she had to go get him at school, was this something rare or was it pretty normal?
No, it became a habit. And then the school told her that, you know, they didn't think it was the right environment. They had to find another place. I think that's when she got involved. Not 100% sure, but I think that's when she got involved with Coral Springs Elementary,
Okay.
because they had an ESE program that was able to work with him.
And when you say ESC, can you tell me what that?
Yeah, it's, I gotta remember. Forget what it's called. It's a specific kind of education where children are in cluster groups and they're in very small classrooms. Small being children-wise. Like, I think the maximum amount in those classes are maybe 6, 7 kids, and there's always a teacher's assistant as well. Because these are all children that have different kinds of problems, whether it be acting out, occupational, physical. These kids have specific problems.
And so were you aware that Nikolas was in ESC program at
Yes.
school? And were you aware that he was receiving any of those types of special services that you just described?
Yes, he was because Nikolas had problems holding a fork. He didn't know how to cut. He couldn't use a scissor. Things his age at that time, kids already did already, that he couldn't do.
Do you have any idea whether or not he was on medication when he started going to school?
No,
Do you know if he was ever on medication when he was during his school years?
I don't remember any medications.
Okay. Show you the next photo, which is this might be the last one. This has been marked for identification purposes, Defense Exhibit K, and just ask you to describe that.
Okay. This was the first program. I think it was River something. My son went there. The name of the school in Parkland. And yeah, I think that's what the school, they were going to that school at the time. And then she took him out of there. I forget what other school he went to, but he went to a couple.
Again, that was for ID purposes K, and will be Defense Exhibit number 12.
No objection.
Thank you. Other things during his, once he begins going to school, which I think is around 6 years old when he first goes to school.
Regular school,
Yeah.
not pre-K or anything like that, right?
Do you know whether or not he was ever held back?
I believe, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe he was held back in the 2nd grade.
Okay. And based on your observations, how did he deal with schoolwork and anything that he had to do at home pertaining to school?
It was a fate worse than death. to do that.
Excuse me. I'm going to object as to the vagueness of the question. I have no idea what time period you're talking about. I'm not sure how the witness would.
Okay. Well, was there a time when he started having schoolwork to do at home?
Yes,
Can you just sort of estimate how old he would have been when he was
kindergarten,
kindergarten? He had stuff to bring home?
yeah,
And who would help him with that?
Linda.
Okay. And do you remember the types of exercises that he would be doing?
tracing letters, numbers, reading from books that have like few words, but to teach the kid the word. Okay, like is and so and two letter words
Okay.
type thing.
And when you were in the home, did you ever see them doing that type of work, Nicholas and?
Oh yes, all the time.
And I think you said you described it as being unpleasant, I think.
Yeah, because Nicholas would lose interest and run away and not want to do it. And she would tell him he has to do it. His attention span was very limited.
The boys, Nicholas and Zachary, you described earlier that Zachary had friends in the neighborhood, is that right?
Yes.
And as Nicholas and Zachary start going to school, is Nicholas involved with Zach and his friends?
Well, not really, because they didn't want to be involved with Nicholas. I mean, he was very aggressive. The kids didn't want to deal with him. But they were friends with these two boys across the street before they went to school. You know, there was two moms with two boys. And they spent a lot of time together.
And would Zachary leave the house and go play with those boys in the neighborhood?
Later on, yes, later.
Did you ever see Nicholas riding a bike?
No, but my husband tried to teach him how to ride the bike. He just couldn't get the knack of it. The balancing was, he couldn't get the balancing and he'd give up, you know. But yes, my husband did try to teach him how to ride a bike.
Now, in 2008, I think you said it was that you adopted your children?
It was the, let's see now. Tamara was 5. She was born in, so 2009. Yeah.
And how old were they when you adopted them?
My daughter was 5 and my son was 3.
Your two adopted children, did they spend a lot of time with Nicholas and Zachary and Linda?
Yes, a lot of time. Linda would take them to the beach, you know, with Zachary and Nicholas. My children would go and swim in their pool, play in their backyard. They were together a lot.
And did they develop good relationships?
Yeah. Except we had a situation with Nicholas
Yeah, and what was that?
and inappropriate touching with my daughter.
Okay.
And so Linda nipped that in the bud right away.
Okay.
You know, and Nicholas would be aggressive with them, but there was always an adult there to limit the amount of aggression that he could show to my daughter and son.
Did you, as a result of that, did you limit the time that you spent with the Cruz family?
No. No.
And as they continued to grow up, did your adopted children and Nicholas and Zachary still have close friendships?
No, because I had a falling out with Linda, and they were still young. Wait, let me backtrack.
Yeah.
May I? Sure. Okay. Is it okay with you, Mr. Marcus, that I backtrack?
Yes, Ms. Brown.
Okay. I noticed that Linda was becoming very, or, like, not as close with me as she was. I noticed that, we weren't communicating on a daily basis like we used to. We used to talk to each other all day long, okay? I noticed a big change in her mentally, where she was like very secretive and not as open with me as she used to be. And I did notice that happen before this.
Okay.
Okay, and then she would still come to my house without the boys. And I would say to her, "Where's the boys? Nikolas and Zachary." "Oh, they're home with their friends." I found it very odd because Zachary had friends, but Nikolas had none. I couldn't see that she would leave Nikolas home by himself. If that makes any sense to you.
Did that change that you perceived in Linda coincide with any other event?
Well, she had become friends with this lady, Roxanne. And I noticed that when she became friends with Roxanne, that she distanced herself from me. And I think that was the start of our deterioration of our friendship. I'd say to her, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm going with Roxanne here," or "I'm doing this with Roxanne." And Roxanne lived next door to her, okay? Okay. I mean, I had my own business at the time, so I was busy myself, okay? But I kind of noticed that she was like not the same Linda. That we didn't have the closeness anymore. I kind of noticed that. And after a while, it really hurt my feelings. So I started to back away as well. And then the incident happened with the bank.
And I think, well, you tell me approximately what year do you think the incident with the bank account was?
See. Ooh. I think maybe 2012. I think. I'm not 100% sure.
It's all right. And if you can just sort of take us through what happened with the bank account incident.
Linda called, I told you in the beginning that she had put me on all her accounts. So Linda called me up and she said, "Can you meet me at Bank of America? I want to take your name off the account." And I said, "Okay." And I met her there. And she took my name off all the accounts. And I asked her why. And she said she just didn't feel comfortable anybody on the account with her. Okay? I didn't question her because it's not my business why she wants to do something. So, but I was very hurt. Because prior to this happening, I had asked her one day, since I was on the account, my paycheck was drawn on Bank of America. And so they were downstairs in the building where I worked. And I would cash my check, and I'd have to pay the $5 or the $15 to cash my check because I didn't have an account there. And so one day I said to her, Linda, would it be okay if I let them know that I'm on your account so I don't have to pay the fee to cash my check? And she said, sure, no problem. So when I went to cash my check, I didn't have to pay the fee anymore. And so she calls me up one day and she said to me, Finney, did you ever apply for a bank card for my account? I said, no. I said, matter of fact, they used to ask me every time I was cashing my check, do you want a card? And I'd say, no, I don't need one. Okay? And she said, because there have been 3 $200 withdrawals in Aventura in an ATM machine. Well, I didn't even know at that time where the hell Aventura was. I didn't even know it existed. Okay? So I said, well, it definitely wasn't me. I said, you need to call the bank right away and let them know that there's fraud on your account. Okay, she said. The next day, there were detectives and police officers at my job. And it seems that the bank that was downstairs in my building had somebody who worked there that was having cards mailed to an abandoned house in Miami, okay, under different people's names. And that's who it was, because there was 26 people, including my boss, that were scammed. And so I told her, call her right away. And I said to her, you need to call the Hollywood Police Department because this happened here today, okay? And they need to know about yours. And that's where I left it. And then the next thing I know, not too long after that, she asked to take my name off the accounts.
How did you feel about her taking you off the account?
I was very hurt. I felt that the incident that happened gave her reason to not trust me, that I would do something like that to her after being friends and close like sisters for all those years. It was like, I couldn't get over it. And it was that point that I had to back away. And that's when our friendship unraveled.
You know, well, after she asked you to meet her at the bank and take you off the bank account, did you ever go to her house ever again? Do you remember, or was that pretty much the end of your?
That was pretty much the end.
Okay. And did you see her ever after the bank incident?
Yes, because a few years before this happened, I needed to buy a car. And she went with me to the dealer. And she bought the car. And she took out the loan for the car. And I made the payments. And never late. You know, went right to the bank, made the payments every month. And then when the car was paid off, her and I met at the tag place to sign the ownership over to me.
Okay.
And that's the first time I had seen her in a very long time. I was a little bit taken back of how she looked because we used to do each other's hair, okay? And her hair was longer than normal and completely gray. So I was a little taken back by it because, like I said, we used to color each other's hair or frost each other's hair, stuff like that. So she looked older when I saw her. And I said to her, "How are the boys?" And she said, "Not so good." And we were supposed to get together. That never happened.
And at this point, was Linda still living in the big house in Parkland?
Yes.
All right. And then, was that the last time you ever saw Linda?
Yes.
Can you tell us about how you learned that Linda had died?
Maria called me. Roger's daughter
Okay.
called me and said that Linda passed away. She said, "I don't know if you know, but I'm calling to let you know that Linda passed away." I was devastated.
Did you know that she was sick or anything?
Nope, I had no clue or anything. There was no communication, no nothing.
And that was what year?
I know it was November.
Yes, ma'am.
I really don't remember the year, to tell you the
I
truth.
think 2017. Does that
Yeah, I was
sound
gonna
right?
say about, yeah.
So it had been, am I correct that it had been years since you'd spoken
Yes,
to or seen Linda?
yes.
And
My husband did speak to her once in a while, but not me. I just couldn't forgive her for her thinking I would ever do anything to hurt her.
What did you do when you heard that she had died?
I cried. No matter what happened, I just still felt a loss. And I blamed myself for not being there for her because I heard that she was sick with like bronchitis or pneumonia or something like that. And that she didn't want to go to the doctor, which was very unusual for her. And I was like, I feel bad that I wasn't there. That, you know, you should be alive today. So I used to push her to do things. I was like her voice because she wasn't an aggressive person, you know? And she would listen to people talk in her ear type thing. And she would think they were giving her the right advice because it sounded good to her. But it wasn't always the best advice.
And when you say she wasn't aggressive, I'm just wondering, because I think sometimes that term is used in a negative sense, but sometimes it can be a positive thing depending on the situation. So when you say she wasn't aggressive, what do you mean by that?
She wasn't aggressive when it came to like finding things out, going the extra mile. You know, if she called somebody and they told her something, she would believe them. She wouldn't do the research, you know, that maybe they're not telling her the truth or the whole truth or whatever it is. or whatever the situation was, okay? Like, like the school with Nikolas, okay? When he was in Coral Springs, and he was in that program, that my son also was in the same program later on, okay? She would just go with the flow of whatever they tell her in these meetings and stuff like that. But she never went the extra mile to like take him to therapy or at that time, okay? Take him to therapy or, get a diagnosis, have him tested, that type thing. Have Nikolas tested or anything like that. Because she didn't know any better. She would believe whatever you told her. Especially if you're in the school, you're an authority. She believes what you tell her.
Did you ever hear about a funeral for Linda?
Nope. It wasn't until Maria told me that she passed away that they decided to cremate her. And I'm like, cremate her? Everything was paid for except her burial. We made sure everything was paid for. I don't think she picked out her casket yet, okay? Not to be morbid, but the whole thing was paid for when Roger died. So the only thing they had to do was pick out a casket, open up the mausoleum that they charge you for, slide her in, and that would have been it. I don't know who ever said to cremate her. That was never, ever, ever, ever discussed. The whole time I knew her. I never heard her say that. I don't know who made that decision, but it is what it is. And to put her ashes inside that mausoleum when it should have been her as a whole.
We were just talking about the death of your friend, Linda Cruz.
Right.
And I just wanted to jump back to ask you one thing that I neglected to ask you before. And I was just hoping that you could describe to us, we talked a lot about the interaction between Nikolas and Linda. Can you describe to us the relationship between Linda and Zach?
Oh, very loving. A little more lenient with Zachary. Not as like on top of him as she was with Nikolas. Meaning on top, I mean like not watching every move. Not being, she didn't have to be around Zachary 24/7. He would go to a friend's house. He would participate in something, like he played soccer. She would have to leave the soccer field sometimes because Nikolas didn't want to stay there. So she would have her friend or whoever was another parent, keep an eye on Zachary while he was playing, but she would have to leave the field with Nikolas because he didn't want to stay there. And he would act out. He would also annoy other people, like running around and blocking their vision and stuff like that.
Were there other things that Zach liked to do or wanted to do that Nikolas would interfere with?
Well, I know he was very sports oriented. And I know that he likes skateboarding. And a lot of his friends would do that. Zach was able to ride a bike. Zach was able to do things that Nikolas could not do. And that would upset Nikolas. And so then Linda would have to intervene, you know. And so she would tell Zach, you have to take your brother with you, you know, or you can't go. And that would upset Zachary because his friends didn't like him. It's not that they didn't like him, they didn't like the way he acted. Okay? And his aggressiveness. They didn't like I don't even know how to describe it. Like he wanted to do something and they didn't want to do it. So he would act out in an aggressive manner.
In your observations of the boys after Roger died, which was what, 2004, right? Up until the time that you and
4? No.
when Roger died, it was
2004?
I believe so.
Okay.
But from that time until you and Linda had your falling out,
Right.
did Nikolas and Zachary, were they close, or did their relationship change after Roger died?
Oh no, they were close. After Roger died, yes, they were close. It wasn't until they, you know, got older that their relationship changed.
And did they still have a somewhat of a loving relationship, or did they get to the point where they didn't get along?
No, they had a loving relationship. Brother, they had, let me retry. They had a brotherly relationship.
Things, I think.
Well, you know, brothers, they fight, they argue.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one thing that you mentioned was that your experience with your adopted son, you feel like gave you some insight into Nikolas.
Oh, yes.
And can you tell me what you meant by that?
Okay. I noticed the aggressiveness in my adopted son. I noticed the tantrums in my adopted son. Same kind of tantrums like Nikolas was having. A lot of things in comparison were the same. You know, actions and like my son couldn't verbalize himself either. You know, that type thing.
Okay. Let me just check my notes here. The last thing I wanted to ask you to do, Ms. Brad, was just describe to us a gift that Linda gave to you.
Among all of them,
And the one that I,
very special to me.
yeah, and tell us what it is.
It's a blanket,
And when did she give it to you?
Christmas of, oh Jesus. I can't even tell you the year, it was so long ago.
It's okay.
Uh,
When you were in New York or in Florida?
here.
Okay.
Here, in my house in Tower. She had given it to me.
And can you read to us what is on the blanket?
Yeah, it says, sister, in big letters, someone to share joys and dreams, a keeper of secrets, one whom we can always be ourselves with, a supporting fan, a shoulder to cry on, and a partner in life's ups and downs. Sister, best friend for life, love Linda.
Just for the benefit of everybody, is that the blanket that you just read
Yes.
from?
Unfortunately, it's kind of fallen apart after all these years. But this is the blanket,
Can you show us where Linda's name is on the bottom?
yes. Is
Thank
it done?
Appreciate that.
Yes.
That was the end of direct.
Okay. Seems like it's a good place to end for the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, have a safe drive home. Please remember not to discuss the case with anyone, including your close friends and family members. I'll leave your notepads behind, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
said love, love above. Now it's gonna trick me in love. All right now, baby, it's all right now, yeah. All right now, baby, it's all right now. All right now, baby, it's all right. place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on your dough, you can stay there. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, are you listening to me? I said, young man, what do you wanna be? I said, young man, you can make real your dreams, but you got to know this one thing. No man does it all by himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA. I'm sure they can help you today. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, I was once in your shoes. I said I was down and out with the blues. I felt no man cared if I were alive. I felt the whole world was so tired. That's when someone came up to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. It's a place there called the YMCA. They can start you back on your way. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, there's no need to feel down. Young man, pick yourself off the ground. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, are you listening to me? Young man, what do you wanna be? YMCA. You'll find it at the YMCA. No man, young man, does it all by himself. Young man, put your pride on the shelf. YMCA. And just go to the
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome radio talk show host Rose Tennant.
Hi, everybody. Would you join me, please, in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you for coming out tonight. I mean, how much do we need a majority in the Senate? Wow. In 1787, when the most amazing document was ever drafted, when those people, the delegates, had met in Philadelphia, our state, for months, finally, when they came out, Dr. Benjamin Franklin was asked, what have we got? They had to know. They wanted to know. They knew what it was like to live under tyranny. What have we got, doctor? And she wanted to know, is it a monarchy or a republic? And as you know, he said a republic, if you can keep it. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to keep this republic, don't we? We are tired of being lied to and the deception in Washington, D.C. I mean, really, the Inflation Recovery Act has nothing to do with inflation. But they think they can keep pulling the wool over our eyes and that we're going to buy it, but we are not. But we can no longer afford those kind of shenanigans, and that is why we must have that majority. Are you up for what it takes? Are you willing to get out there and do what you need to do? Knock on doors, talk to people to make sure that Dr. Oz goes to Washington, D.C. Many of you know me, and I know that you trust me. And I just want to say that I have had the opportunity to get to know Dr. Oz over several months, and I like what I see. And I believe he's genuine and sincere, and this is what I believe that is most important. He cares about this country every bit as much as you do. So please do what it is you can do to make sure that we get that majority back, and especially get a win for Pennsylvania. I'd like to introduce at this time Allegheny County Councilman at Large and also the chairman of the Republican Party of Allegheny County, Sam DeMarcus.
Thank you, Rose. Folks, are we ready to elect Dr. Oz to the U.S. Senate? I can't hear you. Okay, I've been told, given specific instructions, they say the best political speeches are the shortest ones, okay? So we're gonna make this real quick. But one, folks, we have a very important, a critical election coming up here on November 8th. We need you to get out and support not just Dr. Oz, but the entire Republican ticket. You'll hear from the next gentleman here in just a minute, your Congress candidate for Congress, Mike Doyle. But also from the very top, from Dr. Oz all the way down through the Republican ticket with the gubernatorial nominee, Doug Mastriano, Kerry Del Rosso, Mike Doyle, all the way down to Steve Schlock, who's running in this district for state representative. Two, folks, primary's over. We need to be united. Every single one of us has to go out there and do everything we can to get these folks elected, because we can see what's going on in Congress and going on in Washington and Harrisburg. And folks, this is the most critical election of our lifetimes. Second, anything you can do to help the candidates. If you can donate, if you can work for them, if you can help knock on doors, hand out literature, whatever it may be, please reach out to their campaigns, volunteer to help these folks because they can use it. And third, all of you folks here, I know all of you people are going to the polls on November 8th. But unfortunately, there's some folks out there that maybe are iffy, okay? Don't be afraid to talk to people and tell them to go ahead and look at using mail-in or absentee ballots, because we need to get every single vote. Folks, it's insane the way we give Democrats 50 days to get out their vote and relegate ourselves to one. We can't afford to do that. So I urge you to do everything you can in support of our Republican candidates this November 8th, and let's get on with the show. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. Thanks, Sam. Well, we like to say that he's our congressman in waiting. From the Pennsylvania 12th District, please welcome Mike Doyle, the real Mike Doyle.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Is anybody else chilly? Can we turn the heat up a little bit? No, I want to thank everybody for being here, especially Dr. Oz for having me here tonight. It's great to be with Guy also. Great congressman. I can't wait to work with him when we get to D.C. Just give you a little quick update on the campaign. Things I can't stress enough, things are going fantastic. We have volunteers every weekend out knocking doors. We're in thousands of doors every weekend. Phone banking, thousands of phone calls every week. And I'm here to tell you that my opponent, are you all familiar with Summer Lee? Yeah, she's, as far as an opponent, a political opponent goes, she's the gift that keeps on giving. I think her tweets are going to be a commercial for me. But we're really doing well. They're taking this very lightly. They're actually going around tweeting about her, calling her Congresswoman-elect already. So things are going really, really well. I'm thrilled to be here, excited to be here. Back in 2012, some of you may remember, I ran for the State House. I'm from Plumboro, and I knocked on about 15,000 doors that year. So some of you might have gotten some literature when I knocked on your doors. Love Monroeville. We're neighbors, friends with a lot of people here. The former mayor is sitting right here in the front row. But no, we can win this race. We're going to win this race because, ladies and gentlemen, what is going on in D.C. is it's sanity. And we cannot let people like Summer Lee and John Fetterman go to represent us. So like Sam said, we need everybody to get out there. Bring everybody you know to get out there and vote. Every single vote is going to count. And every single vote I get in the city is going to count as 2, quite frankly. But listen, I'm going to keep this really brief. The best speeches are short, according to Sam. And we're all here to see Dr. Oz. And we're looking forward to getting him out here. So I'm going to be done. Thank you all very much. I hate having my back to people. Sorry, guys. But thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Rose.
Mike and Jill and your son, would you stand up? Premier Automation, let's thank them for having this here and hosting it. Thank you. Our next speaker is someone that I've known for a very long time, and he's a very good friend. And I want to tell you that he serves his district well, and he serves the country well. From the 14th Congressional District, please welcome Congressman Guy Reschenthaler.
Thanks, Rose. I appreciate it. Thanks. Everyone keeps asking me what it's like to be in Washington, D.C. all the time. And let me tell you, Washington, D.C. is full of horrible people. Seriously, it is. You know the kid that's in the class and he always has his hand up, he's a know-it-all, super obnoxious. So imagine that kid moves to Washington, D.C., but just not that kid. Every one of the kids in your classes that are super annoying, abrasive, know-it-all, and they all come to this city that also happens to have really bad crime rates. That's Washington, D.C. And I'll tell you, it's not just that attitude, it's also the disdain that they have for us. And I tell people that all the time. I feel like people don't believe me. I can tell you that it's real. They look down upon anybody that lives in what they perceive as flyover country. If you shop at a Walmart, they laugh at you. If you eat at a Cracker Barrel, they're making fun of that. If you like to hunt, they look down on that. If you go to church on Sunday, they mock us. It's truly an us versus them situation. And if you look at the recent bills that they've been passing, it's very clear. The whole student loan debt forgiveness, that's taking money from our paychecks and giving it to people that are some of the highest income earners. It's a truly us versus them. And just lastly, it's quite amazing that the same people who said that the Inflation Reduction Act was going to actually reduce inflation are now telling us that we're not going to win the Senate. It's absurd. Don't believe what you're being told by the mainstream media and by the pollsters. They've been wrong repeatedly, and we have a phenomenal candidate in Dr. Oz. I've got to know Dr. Oz through this campaign. I was an early supporter of his. and I am for several reasons, but I can tell you that the stakes are so high right now. Internationally, the debacle we had in Afghanistan, the surrender, giving the Taliban back Kabul. Dr. Oz knows how important it is the United States leads from the front and that we're always forward projecting our power. Domestically, the crime rates, he's running against a guy that wanted to release 1/3 of all prisoners in Pennsylvania. Could you imagine what that would do to crime rate? And then in terms of the economy, he's running against a guy that believes in the Green New Deal. Dr. Oz knows that fracking is not only our future in Western Pennsylvania to economic growth, but oil and gas right here in Western Pennsylvania will change our position in the foreign stage. We'll be in charge of our destiny in terms of international relations when we are in control of our energy exportation. Dr. Oz gets that. And then lastly, I just want to say this. Looking ahead, we have the opportunity to have the next spokesperson for the Republican Party in Dr. Oz. I've never seen a candidate that can communicate as well as Dr. Oz, that can connect with people more than Dr. Oz, and someone who's going to bring in a lot of people who aren't at home watching Fox News and Newsmax every day. He's going to bring in the people that are watching daytime TV and respect him for that, because he's been telling people for years that it's about personal responsibility and taking an active role in your own life and your own health. Dr. Oz will do it when it comes to politics too. So with that said, it's an honor to introduce Dr. Oz.
How many of you think Washington's getting it wrong? They're getting it wrong in Washington? Was Guy right? Are they getting it wrong on inflation? That's right. Mike was right. Are they getting it wrong on the border? Yeah, Sam was right. Are they getting it wrong in crime in our cities? Yeah, Rose was right. Y'all were right. God bless you. Have a seat. We're going to have some fun today. I want to thank the panelists for coming. I appreciate all your comments. Every single one is on target. And here's the thing. Why is it happening? That's what gets me. You're probably sitting at home around the kitchen table trying to understand how could we be making the wrong decision every single time. Well, today we're going to talk about that. And I want to understand exactly what's going wrong. But as a doctor, before I throw out a lot of diagnoses, I got to listen, right? First thing we do is to hear what patients tell us. Then we figure out diagnosis, then we can get the treatment. I'm going to do it all today. I'm going to do it together with you all. Now, this blood pressure cuff is not a threat. But some of the people who are asking questions, I'm going to get your blood pressure because I'm curious what's getting it up. Because I know we get upset for different reasons. But let me start talking about how I got here. The name's a weird name, right, Oz? It's a name, it's weird because it's not from this country. My father grew up on a dirt floor. On a dirt floor in the middle of Turkey. He was a farmer's kid. They farmed these little tart cherries. And my dad and his family never thought they would ever be able to come to this country. But his parents taught him that if you work hard and get a scholarship, you might have a chance of getting out of this, situation we're not so happy in the farm. So my dad studied hard, and he went to medical school there, and he did really well. So well that this country, which was looking for more doctors, recruited him to come here and let him come here right out of med school and taught him how to be a doctor. And he lived the American dream. How many of you have relatives from another country 1 or 2 generations back? Yeah. A lot of folks, and they were proud. They're as patriotic as it gets because they realized that when they came to America, there was a guarantee that if you worked hard and served your fellow American, you'd become an American. And that was a really good deal. My dad was so over the moon that it was impossible that he never let me forget it. Every day growing up, we grew up just south of Philadelphia, near Kennett Square, which is the mushroom capital of the world. Every day he'd remind me, this country took us in. Don't do things that are going to disrespect the nation that gave us an opportunity to do something that was never possible where we came from. And in Kennett Square, where they grow mushrooms, everyone says, don't sit in the dark and get fed manure all day long. So my dad made sure I'd ask questions. So we went off, after I worked hard at the medical school at Penn. And in med school, I realized that a lot of the things that we were being taught weren't things we could teach to you. There wasn't wisdom about nutrition or activity or physical exercise or rehab, things that are preventive. So I became president of the student body in order to be able to make sure those classes existed for us. Because I knew that if patients were given the information, people could act on that. They don't have to wait for a doctor to try to take a scalpel to them. They could prevent the problem to begin with. And so we began to teach that in medical schools. And if a doctor hears this stuff in medical school, we believe it, we teach it. That's why it matters. Years later, when we started making my show, where's my wife, Lisa? There she is. Lisa's over there in the corner, chaperoning me. The best thing that I ever did my whole life was to meet Lisa in Philadelphia and marry her actually, we're married in the house we live in right now in Montgomery County. She grew up on a horse farm. So that's where we are, and it was been a blissful life for me because of Lisa, because she would always course correct me. See, in my house, the prosecution never rests. And when I get things wrong, I hear about it, which is one of the best things that you can do to someone is course correct them. And I began to think in my practice that although I was spending my time inventing these little devices, I created the devices to fix heart valves from outside the body. And I love doing that stuff. You could build companies, and it's, these devices save lives. They reduce the chance of you dying by half if you have a heart failure condition, and they actually reduce the cost in half. It still took 15 years to get through the FDA. That's how slow this process is. But fast forward, when I was doing this stuff in my practice, I'm a heart surgeon, I realized people were coming to me for surgery that didn't need operations if they could just have done things a few months earlier to avoid it. And so I began to talk about that more and more, and eventually it started in my show, which was the top show in health in the world for 13 years. That's how much of an appetite there was. Now, I want to emphasize this. It wasn't about me, it was about all of you. You give people power, they'll act on it. You give people wisdom, they'll use it. You believe in people, they'll believe in themselves. So as soon as people realized that if you lost a little weight, your diabetes would get better, they started doing it. And there was a cascade from that, and it began to work over and over again. And then a few things happened that really got me concerned. The first was COVID. Because when COVID happened, I saw what occurs when you mix politics and medicine. Do you know what you get when you mix politics and medicine? You get politics, right? There's no medicine left. And I saw the twisting of science, the maneuvering of science, the weaponization of science, so that we were defending beliefs with faulty science. You'd say something like, the schools should stay open. There's no evidence that it actually makes society safer, and you get criticized. Even though the Europeans are keeping their schools open, and the Asians are keeping their schools open. In fact, their kids were going to school all over the world, except in America. We seem to have figured out that it wasn't safe for reasons that didn't make sense to me. And then I realized later on that there were special interests pushing for that, like teachers' unions. And it wasn't based on hard science. Even today, when they're putting back mask mandates in Philadelphia for children, they're doing it for preschoolers especially, and I don't get that. How does that help a child to wear a mask all day long, not be able to see the mouth move, and actually, I believe, hinders their learning, and I've got lots of data to support that, and I don't see any data saying that it's safer to do that, yet it's the dogma, and you can't get away from it. In fact, if you ask a question, you're criticized. The worst thing about saying, follow the science, is that in itself, when you're criticizing people for challenging science, that's not scientific. Science is about challenging stuff and pushing back on it and coming up with a better answer. As Americans, we're supposed to ask questions. We weren't allowed to ask questions. And then I recognized it wasn't just in COVID. The same weaponization of science was being used in energy. This Green New Deal cannot exist the way it's described. It can't occur. And yet, we were told if you don't like the Green New Deal, you're a bad person. If you're working as an energy industry person, you automatically are guilty. And now you tell people not to give money to those companies and to hinder their ability to do business and stop their permits from going through. And you intimidate them so they can't do their jobs anymore. And then we run into problems because no longer are you making decisions based on what's best for America. You're making decisions based on what a special interest tells you you're supposed to think. And it happens in our school system when we talk about gender. Now, I've done shows on these issues. I understand the sensitivity about them. You show me the data that it's the right thing to teach a 5-year-old about gender issues. Show it to me. I've looked hard at this topic. I'm a doctor. I do my homework. I don't back my way through these issues. I can't find evidence that we're saving children by confusing them at age 5. We don't teach algebra to 5-year-olds for a reason. Right? What's the reason? They're not ready for it. They're not going to understand it. It's confusing. So this year in Pennsylvania, there's going to be a day where children are told there's no such thing as male and female, and that's going to confuse them. Now, we could have that discussion, and parents may want to talk about it with their kids, but I don't want that happening without the parents involved, and I don't want it happening at 3-year-olds. So that's a little bit about why I decided to get involved, and then most importantly, because as someone who lived the American dream and embodied the American dream, I want the American dream to stay strong. And I sometimes feel people don't respect the American dream, or they don't think it's quite what it was before. It is. I get to travel all the way around the Commonwealth. I just drove here, right across the Commonwealth, to be here with you tonight. Every place you stop, people believe in what we're about as Americans. That's not reflected. And I'm here to speak for you and allow you to have a voice, to make sure that comes across loud and clearly to everybody. What Guy said is absolutely right. Your values aren't being respected in Washington, and that's one of the reasons I want to go down there and change things up. Now, somebody else wants to go to Washington too. And again, I'm a doctor. I'm just going to try to make the right diagnosis here. But he has a very different way of seeing the issues we're going to talk about, because I'm going to walk right through them. And he, like so many on the far left radical fringe of the Democratic Party, and again, I'm not talking about old Democrats. There are lots of conservative Democrats who are going to vote with us this election. And you make sure you treat them right. I guarantee you, there are a lot of conservative Democrats in this room. There are always Democrats who come to the events, and God bless you for being here. I've got Democrats in my family that are conservative, and they have values that align with ours, and they understand some of the challenges. They don't like being hijacked to the far left. But there are some candidates, like my opponent, John Fetterman, and he has been called, and I think rightly so, the most radical candidate for Senate in a contested race this cycle. And he's probably the most radical candidate ever to run for statewide office in Pennsylvania. So you're looking at someone who's way outside the mainstream. And the question is why? Why does he have beliefs that don't align with ours? Why, when I say I believe in you and I trust you to get things done, that's not what he sees as the opportunity. He feels big government's got to come in there and save the day. What are the incentive for him to push programs on us that don't seem to make sense and have problems and don't work? Well, I'd like to talk about that with him. Wouldn't you like me to talk with that? Yeah. Well, 5 big media companies that often do debates for these Senate races approached both of us. I didn't make the rules. They just approached us. And we accepted. And these 5 companies have set dates. The first date is a week from tomorrow here in Pittsburgh. I've accepted. We have not heard yet anything from John Fetterman's camp. And I'm told tonight's the deadline. So we're going to find out over the next couple hours. Now, I've made this pretty clear. As a physician, I have tremendous empathy for what it's like to go through a health problem. He has had a stroke, and I want to work with him in any way possible to make it easy and feasible for him to articulate and express what he believes is best for Pennsylvania. That way, I can say what I believe is best for Pennsylvania, and you can witness what we say and choose. Now, does that make sense? But if that's not the reason you're not debating, you got to tell us. Because the other possibility is you don't want to defend your far-left radical positions. And I know that in his primary, he didn't want to talk about this stuff because he was way to the left of the Democrats who were running. but they still nominated him. So they're stuck with him. And so I'm going to make sure that you at least understand today what would have happened if he were to accept this debate. So I'm going to pretend we're debating. I'm going to walk you through 6 things that you might be concerned about. I'm going to give you his position as I see it. I'm going to give you my position because I'm not interested in complaining. You didn't come here to hear me whine. You came here to hear me give you ideas that can work. Fair enough? All right. Issue number 1, the most important thing that you worry about is cost of living. I'm telling you that based on a lot of data. How many put your hands up? Is that your number 1 problem? Yeah, I think so. We're going to get to number 2 and 3, 4. We got a lot more to go, but number 1 usually is cost of living. Now, the reason the cost of living has skyrocketed to a 40-year high is because we spent money that wasn't ours, which you shouldn't do anyway, right? You spend your kids' monies? No, you're going to protect your children. We're spending our children's cash, and we're not being honest about it. The Democratic Party, the far-left fringe elements of it, promised us spending money that wasn't ours, running up a $30 trillion debt wasn't going to cause inflation. I don't know about you guys. I was a little dubious. I thought that's not likely to happen. I think we're going to have problems. Kept on saying it. Everyone did. And sure enough, inflation came. Fetterman was critical of Joe Biden, saying he wasn't spending enough. He wasn't going far enough. In fact, he said that if you like Joe Manchin, don't vote for me. He doesn't even like the people in his own party. Forget about the people on the Republican side. Now, I want to work across the aisle. I want to work with everybody to fix this problem, right? We have to do that. And I'll tell you, when you sit with people in a cafe, I get in a coffee in the morning in a diner, that's what I hear from folks. Are you going to fix things? I don't want to hear bickering. Can you fix the problems? Yeah, I'm going to fix things because in the OR, we don't complain, we fix. My whole life has been about that. I fix hearts. Every last one counts. So I think that we can actually reduce the amount of money we're throwing at problems, be more targeted in how we do it, and I'll show you some ideas. And by doing that, we don't spend our children's money, we don't run up inflation, and we still serve our fellow man. And I don't think virtue signaling about throwing money at scholarship programs, right, paying off student debt for lawyers off the back of plumbers is the way to do that. It may be one of the best examples of how Washington gets it wrong. You literally are taking money that has helped 13% of the population go to graduate school, and you're paying off their debt, which they should be able to pay off. In fact, many of their classmates did pay it off, and they're not getting any money. So if you did the right thing, you get penalized. And who's going to pay for it? People who couldn't go to college, chose not to go to college, weren't allowed to go to college. That's who's paying for the people who went to college and graduate school. I don't think that's American. And the fact that it happened is shocking to me. But that's a kind of event that I would prevent with all my energy. And if you put a 51st Democratic senator, if Pennsylvania sends 2 Democratic senators to the Senate, that's where we're going to end up with a lot more of that virtue signaling. People will not make tough decisions. Second big thing you guys are worried about. You tell me. Energy. Immigration is coming up. Energy. And you're upset about it, you tell me, because you know firsthand how devastating it is to our communities to take away the ability for us to drill, to take out the natural energy beneath our feet, the natural gas in particular, but other sources as well, and allow our communities to thrive, allow our economy to prosper without inflation, because energy prices drive a third of inflation, and it also hurts our country's ability to defend itself and help our allies overseas. Witness to Ukraine. And yet, John Fetterman has said fracking is a stain on Pennsylvania. He said it should be regulated down, and I don't see the wisdom of that. I believe in all of the above energy. Every source we can get out of the energy. And here's the deal. Yeah, that's going to include nuclear. It's going to include hydrogen. It's going to include natural gas. It's going to do, and green. I want green energy sources. Of course we want them. But I went to visit the biggest producer of batteries for the Department of Defense. Guess where they get their batteries from? God, you're smart. Everyone knows. Why isn't this wisdom in Washington? Why do we have it here in Monroeville, all through the Commonwealth? Why isn't it in Washington? They're not listening. What you have already told me shows that you have insights and wisdom that should govern the. Why would I want to mortgage our future to China? Why does China going to give me the batteries? The solar panels, you know where they come from? China, you got it right. It's too easy, right? Why would anybody want that for our children and our future? Build it ourselves, then we can launch these programs. Then it makes sense for us. But until then, don't sell us short on when we have solutions already here in Pennsylvania. Number 3, crime. Yes, crime. Number 3 is crime. And it has skyrocketed. Since John Fetterman went to Harrisburg, it's gone up about 60% of homicide rates in Philadelphia. Philadelphia now has the highest homicide rate it has ever had in its history. And this year is worse than last year. Now, why? Well, you heard earlier, of 1/3 of the prisoners, if they get released, that's a problem. John Fetterman wants that. John Fetterman has said there should be no life sentences, no matter what you did. He said that he wants to legalize all drugs. He wants heroin injection centers. Heroin. Go down to downtown Philadelphia. I see it a little bit in Pittsburgh now too, but more in Philadelphia. There are whole blocks, like multiple blocks of areas you can't go. There are addicts walking like zombies, into the streets with needles sticking out of their necks. That's what happens when you don't have a mechanism of helping people through this process. You have to push people into rehab, detox them, help them. That's not what John Fetterman's about. It sounds really cool when you're tweeting to say, I'll release 1/3 of the prisoners. What about the families that were hurt by those people in jail? Right? What about the victims? I was up in Erie a couple weeks ago. I got the Fraternal Order of Police endorsement. Now, when you go get the endorsement, you got to speak to all the officers, the leaders from around the Commonwealth. There were hundreds of people there. A woman who was head of the Capitol Force, African-American lady, got up and she was very emotional. And she said, I've been on the force 17 years. I have never been so mistreated as I was by John Fetterman. Our whole force feels like he treats us like we're something stuck to the bottom of your shoe when you walk out of a dog park. And you can hear the murmur ripple through the crowd. They all feel that they're not treated right by John Fetterman and the radical left. It's always their fault that there's crime. And women tell me that their sons are police officers, but they're emotional about it, not because their sons are risking their lives, but because their sons are disrespected for risking their lives. Who does that? Who criticizes the first responders, the people risking everything to run into a problem? No, you have to support these officers, and guess what? We're not doing it. The police in this Commonwealth, they're dwindling. Even in nice neighborhoods, you can't find cops signing up anymore. And in major cities, there's a huge shortage for teachers as well. If we don't respect people doing the hard lifting, the heavy lifting of society, they're going to leave. And that's why John Fetterman is not fit to serve as our senator, because of that track record. My father was a police surgeon. I grew up watching the human side of officers. I want them protected. I think we can police well. Body cams make sense. Ensuring cops are community policing in the area. Give them the resources to do their job correctly. Use social services more so they can deal with domestic issues. I understand the opportunities. But I don't want people criticizing the cops, having them run away in shame because no one's paying attention to them, and then figure it out later on. That's how you end up with the homicide rate in Philadelphia, 562 men. And I'll tell you who's upset about it: the African-American population. Because they tell me that they feel like they're a social experiment. And all the white woke people go home at the end of the day, back to their gated communities, and they're stuck dealing with the consequences. That's not right. Number four is the border. You were waiting for it. It's almost orgasmic when it comes up. It frustrates us so much because the first covenant of a country is that the citizens serve our nation and a nation protects our borders. It's the definition of a nation. So when the government doesn't do its job to protect our borders, it's disrespecting all of us and permanently changing the nature of our country. See, inflation will go up and come back down. Crime, we're going to get our hands on. You put me to Washington, we're going to deal with these issues. Immigration is not so easy to reverse. You take in a few million people you don't know, and that's a problem. And you got to deal with it for the rest of your lives. So that's why when John Fetterman says he wants open borders and sanctuary cities, which he has said and wants, there's a problem. It sounds really cool when you tweet that out. It's not smart as policy. I want a closed border, but when you close the border and don't let people across and force them to stay in Mexico until you decide if they deserve to come in here, because our legal system can't cope with them otherwise. Because right now they're busing them all through the country. They say, you know what, you guys run away in there, but come back for your hearing, and no one comes back. Go figure. It's like an IQ test. But if you close the border, you have to open legal immigration, right? The same way my father was allowed to come because he earned the right to come. We recruit the right kinds of people who've studied hard, or we need farm workers, get them in, but do it in a legal way. They make good money. They become, they thrive in our country, and they might go home. They might not go home. We'll figure it out, but we know who they are and where they are, and we pick them so that to ensure that they're the kinds of people that would work hard and become like Americans. That's what we want, and that's what I'll ensure happens, because that's one area I know well. Number 5, schools. I touched on it earlier. There is no reason why parents should not allow their values to be shared in the schools, and why they should not have choice over the schools that their kids go to. John Fetterman, who's been sponsored by the teachers union, does not believe in that. But he doesn't actually follow that even in his own family. So I say, I'll let us all be treated like we're John Fetterman. Let your kids go to the school they want to go to, ensure their values are reflected, and ensure that the schools function well by being transparent in what they're teaching. I would allow that to happen if I was in the Senate. There's no reason for that not to be true nationwide. Why John Fetterman and the governor would veto that, which they have done, goes beyond the pale. Doesn't make sense at all, but they did. And they should not be rewarded for hindering your ability to know what your kids are being taught. And I say my favorite, number 6 is healthcare. John Fetterman and Bernie Sanders are like this, peas in a pod. They endorsed each other. They called each other the 2 most progressive candidates in America. They both want to get rid of all private health care and socialized medicine. I studied this for a long time. I practiced medicine for many years. I was practicing until I started this campaign. There is no way that will work. It sounds great as a tweet. It's not a policy. And when you push Bernie Sanders and John Fetterman, you don't hear what they are going to do to actually make that possible. They just, again, they send it out there into the cloud like a little bomb to get people excited. But it doesn't actually work. Now, if I was allowed to debate him, I would bring that up, and I'd say, here's what I'll do for healthcare. Everybody deserves their own doctor. It's the most efficient thing we can do, and the best thing to reduce costs. You know why? The most expensive thing in healthcare is bad medicine. We don't want bad medicine. You want good quality medicine. A good doctor who knows you and your story, or someone who works with that doctor, can allow you to make a quicker decision about your health, give you coaching so you can improve yourself on your own or with the right guidance from a doctor, and then you're back up and go at him again. And we don't want rudderless ships crashing into the port because they don't have good leadership. Having your own doctor and transparency into what you're having done to you, including the cost, is the best way to fix the problem. The only reason it hasn't happened is no one's been forceful enough to push it. And all of the special interests keep blocking it. John Fetterman has no idea how to manage this. And if I was in a debate, I'd ask him. And he'd flounder for a while, and then I'd take over and tell you how to fix it. Because again, that's what doctors do. We fix things. So 6 things I gave you. Right? 6 things about what we can do to prove this country and to serve you, that I would want to debate with John Fetterman if he would accept. So we need to make that a clarion call. The foundation of democracy is that you're allowed to hear what we think. I've been trying to tell you as well as I can now. But John Fetterman hasn't been out there. I've done 175 events across the Commonwealth, did different campaign events. He doesn't show up. He doesn't take any questions. That's no way to run a campaign. Make sure your friends know. Your job is to call 10 people and inform them what I just told you. That Fetterman's not out there campaigning, not answering questions, and not debating. So you are not being given a chance to understand what he really believes, what his ideology really would allow him to say, how he would defend being the most radical candidate for a contested Senate seat in America today. Why does he think that's the right way to go? Why does he think that aligns with your values? Because I know that they don't. So here's my final notes. I'm going to then take some questions. I love talking to people. I played football in college. And the last thing I would hear before I ran out in the field is home of the brave. It doesn't say home of the free or liberty or anything else. It says home of the brave. Because you cannot be free if you're not brave. So I'm asking all of you, amen is right. I'm asking all of you to be brave now more than ever before. It's really hard to say what you see, isn't it? You get canceled, you get criticized. I talk to powerful people who say, yeah, you're right, but I can't say that because my people get mad at me. That's how we change things. America has always been about saying what you see. You have to be able to say what you see. So I'll start. The only thing Joe Biden has built back better is the Republican Party. Right. And I'm going to say exactly what I see about that. I believe in the American dream. And no one will ever talk me out of it because my life has been blissful because of what this country made possible for me. And it will do it for generations more. I believe we can have a balanced budget that doesn't hurt people and run up inflation in a horrible way. That actually is a regressive tax on everybody and hurts our seniors more than anybody else. I believe that we can have an all of the above energy policy where we can take all these different sources of energy and make them work for us as we bring more green energy in and as we protect our environment. I believe that we can have safe city streets. I believe that we can have a border that's secure and allow a legal immigration to help our country as we need it. I believe that parents deserve a voice in their schooling of their children, and I believe we should have affordable health care for all. That's what I believe in. That's what I pledge to deliver to you, and that's what you should expect from any senator who's running from Pennsylvania. God bless you. All righty. Now, we got a couple people with mics. So, Jay, who wants to go first? Jason, you got somebody? Put your hands up if you got questions. Go ahead.
Second Amendment.
Second Amendment. So I'm, as you might have guessed, a strong and firm, stout supporter of the Second Amendment. I believe that law-abiding American citizens ought to be allowed to own a gun. I own guns. I have a concealed carry. I know how to use them. And I believe that it's part of what we are guaranteed in our Constitution. I'm also, on that topic, a constitutionalist. So I think that if the Constitution mentions it, we should follow it and not try to change it, unless there's a reason to change it that we should all agree on. And if it's not mentioned in the Constitution, it ought to go back to the states. That's what's actually explicitly stated in the Constitution. So the federal government should not take powers from the states. You deserve that power. All right.
Hi, Dr. Oz.
How are you?
I want to know, when you get to Washington, what are you going to do for those hundreds of people sitting in jail for an incident that they're calling an insurrection, and they're sitting in jail and nobody's coming to their defense? How are we going to get them out?
As you might have guessed, with the FOP endorsement, I'm a law and order kind of person. If you broke the law, you have to pay the price. If you did not break the law, you should be allowed to go free. And the adjudication needs to be done in a timely fashion, and I will push for that. Thanks for the question. Here. Go ahead, sir. Go.
Okay. Hi, Dr. Oz. As a doctor yourself, what is your opinion on the CDC right now?
My opinion on the CDC is that the CDC has tripped, fallen, and can't get back up again. Part of the reason that I was upset with Dr. Fauci and the CDC is I felt that we were not allowed to express our opinions as doctors. And I'm not alone. There are lots of people in the healthcare field who felt that they had insights in the problems we were facing. And I'll just give you one example. A doctor, in doctors' in our world, we try to prevent illness, but we also treat disease if it happens. So if your cholesterol is high, I give you a pill for the cholesterol. But if you have a heart attack, I treat the heart attack. I don't just let you suffer. And in COVID, we put all of our eggs in the vaccines. But the idea of not treating the actual illness, to not allow antivirals to be developed that could reduce the symptoms and make the disease course easier, made no sense. And yet, if you brought that up, you're attacked as anti-vax. That's not anti-vax. Vax is a whole different issue. I got vaccinated, great. But what about treating people who are frail, who even if they got vaccinated, get COVID? We didn't do those treatments. The treatments came years after COVID, 2 years after COVID, even though some of them existed before COVID started. We can do better than that. Yes, sir, there's a question. There was someone who said, go ahead. Actually, come on up here. You're getting your blood pressure checked. Come on up. You asked the wrong question. Limber up here. What's your name and what's your question? I'm checking your blood pressure.
My name's George Dull. And I live in Oakmont. And tell me a little bit about
so awkward.
Abortion.
Yes.
You know.
Well,
you know, is there a limit to it, or is there a time when women should be allowed to get an abortion, or should we ban it altogether?
So, as you all probably know, I'm pro-life, but I have 3 exceptions, and I spoke about them a lot in the primary. I'm a doctor. I appreciate the realities of taking care of people who are struggling. Don't get nervous. So I think the life of the mother, rape, incest, these are problems that I think families should have the ability to deal with, and it's hard to expect the government to deal with that. But I'll tell you, healthcare is always better delivered locally. And I trust democracy. I trust your ability to influence our representatives in Harrisburg, which is where this decision should be made. It's not talked about in the Constitution, and unless there's broad bipartisan consensus, I don't want to talk about it in the Constitution. Let the states figure this out. It's a values-based decision. All right. So, it's not bad. 130 over 85. What's it normally?
I have no idea. The doctor says I'm all right all the time.
So here's so you know how much money you have in your bank account? Roughly?
Yes.
So you should know your blood pressure. It's 2 simple numbers. It's the most dangerous number to not know, because blood pressure is the #1 ager of all. So now that you know it, you're okay, even in a pressure-packed setting like this. I must have made you comfortable.
Yes, you did.
God bless you. Thank you very much, sir. Go ahead.
How are you going to take on the medical establishment in D.C.?
Say again?
How are you going to take on the medical establishment in D.C.?
Well, part of the issue with the medical establishment is it's not run by doctors who are full-time practitioners. One of the challenges we have amongst all the professions is we've made them think that they're little widgets in the machines. We need people to feel like they're themselves individuals that can make a difference. This is probably the single biggest difference between me and John Fetterman. My life experience that I described to you was always built on the belief that I could work harder, and because I worked harder, I'd succeed. John Fetterman, as you probably all know, he says, grew up in privilege, did not make money. His parents have paid for his life, and his house is given to him for $1. And so he doesn't have a life experience that makes him think that as an individual you can do things. He believes in collective decisions, like the big government comes in and saves the day. And I don't think that's right. Too many doctors have abdicated our responsibility to speak out on issues that are destroying our country. COVID was an example, but it exists in other areas as well. That's why I feel strongly that if you push at all your might to give patients their own physicians or nurse practitioners or physician's assistants, somebody who's like a doctor that knows the stuff well, it's the best way of connecting us to the healthcare system. Otherwise, you're literally walking around waiting for a catastrophe to happen, and whatever doctor happens to be free that day gives you the best advice. You're not data points, you're people. People get the best care from other people who know them, who know if they're stoic, if they're gonna come back for follow-up, are they gonna remember their blood pressure? Simple things change how we treat you, and it benefits you tremendously. And I don't want that to be disintermediated anymore. I don't want corporatization of healthcare. It hurts all of us. Jason, I'll come to you a second.
Thank you for having us.
Speak up a little bit, Jen.
Okay, I'm sure you know the demographics of...
Can you hear? I don't think it's on.
I'm sure you know the demographics of those of us who are over the age of 60, and I have heard it said that you intend to get rid of Social Security and Medicare within 5 years. Please address that.
I never said that. That no one's going to touch Social Security and Medicare. Nobody. That's not part of my platform. I've never said anything close to that. More importantly, I'm telling you the opposite. If you paid into a system and did your job as an American, you're getting back what you're promised to get back. I'm not retrading on your future.
Dr. Oz, thank you.
One more question, all right?
My name is Fred Carlson. I'm a Monroeville native here. I've been self-employed for 42 years. You've been a show owner, creator of patents, a communicator par excellence. Please be a spokesman for the free markets when you're in the Senate. Can you speak to that?
Thank you for the question, and thanks for your first name was Fred? So what Fred said is really important, because Fred's representing the core of American ingenuity. And this is where I have a separation from the radical left. I believe in our ingenuity. I believe in our innovativeness. I believe in the grit of the American people. I don't think John Fetterman does. When you ask me to speak about free markets and the ability to compete and the ability to create and ability to raise your own business, you know what every small businessman wants to be? A big businessman, right? Don't we all have that dream? You have the lemonade stand, and then you graduate school and you start your own business. This place, right? Where's the owner of this shop? He was here earlier. Oh, there you are. Come. Thank you very much for hosting us. It's because of him. I mean, that's the American dream. Fred's the American dream. It's people who go out and take their lemonade stand dream and build something that's like this. And they employ people and they help folks and people who they help pay taxes. And the taxes help us deal with our social issues and make sure our children are educated. This system works. The argument I have with the far left side of the Democratic Party is they think we are irredeemably stained. I don't get it. I don't understand why they don't believe in us anymore. But I do, and you do. And I'm going to go to Washington and make sure that those beliefs translate in the policies that respect your values and that we once again can aim at the real challenges in the world that are out there, like China. While we're here dithering about student debt and paying people over other people for reasons that you can't defend, the Chinese are building green energy. They're growing their energy business. They're taking over the world economy. We as a nation have everything we need to win that battle. But the world is watching carefully. And they see a democracy like ours that has a thriving economy. It's not as good as it was 2 years ago, but it's a good economy. Right? And then we have a totalitarian surveillance state with an economy that's doing really, really well, by the way. And they're looking out there and say, which way do we go? And all the Chinese want to do is take us down. Because if they take us down, they're the only thing left. Then you don't have a choice anymore. Only a third of people on the planet are living in democracy. We're the beacon for that. You know, my show was in 100 countries. I would travel and see these places, and it's amazing. They would say, please save your country. And I'd say, well, I love my country, but why do you want me to save my country? They say, because when we fight here, we have to look over to America and say, they figured it out. Those Americans know how to do it. Based on a parchment 250 years of age, they figured out how to live together. We have to remember that we are a beacon for the entire planet. We're the shining city on the hill for billions of people who are looking to us for leadership. We cannot afford to be weak in this moment. This transformative Senate race is not just about sending someone who knows how to be a statesman to Washington or will do the homework to be in Washington or actually just plain work hard enough to serve in our nation's capital like Guy has done. It's more than that. We're fighting for the soul of the country and for the entire planet. So if you send the Boyles of the world to Washington and you keep the guys, he crushes everybody. He's going back to Washington. Send the right people to Washington. Support Sam and the slate of people he's putting up there. Listen to what Rose is saying every single day. That's the leadership that we need, desire, and will thrive from. And that's what I pledge to bring to you. Now, I've been told I'm dying because some of you are dying of dehydration. But I'm going to take pictures with everyone I can. I don't have to go anywhere. I'm staying in Pittsburgh tonight. So I'm going to stand with the flag behind me. Where's Ryan and Noah? That handsome guy there is unmarried, by the way, single. Noah's over there. So give your phones to one of them. Let them take the pictures. That way we can get through more photos more rapidly. They want me to stop. I'm getting this. You know what this means? Stop. All right, God bless y'all. Thank you for coming here.
A hot summer night felt like a net. I've got to find my baby yet. I need you to soothe my head, turn my blue heart to red. Doctor, doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of loving you. No pill's gonna cure my ill. I got a bad case of loving you. A pretty face don't make no pretty heart. I learned that, but it's from the start. You think I'm cute,
Yes, hello. Copy, and who is it? Pat and Jeff, 2.5 minutes. Copy. Aaron. Standing by. Jeff, Pat. Jeff and Pat, it's the second fire in a week in this area. Last week it was the East Fire. This week it is the Gulch Fire. More than 100 acres burning right off of San Gabriel Canyon. It looked like it started right on Highway 39. Raced up this hillside here behind Azusa, now more than 100 acres. A lot of fire retardant has been dropped on this, as well as a lot of water. It is right next to the San Gabriel Dam. There is more fire retardant being dropped right there on that hillside. Unfortunately, we just heard that the DC-10, that huge tanker, the biggest one, actually broke down after it landed, so it will not be returning to the scene of this fire. Things do look to have improved quite a bit over the last hour. If there's any good news, the winds are calm and there are no homes being threatened, but a hillside here definitely burning out of control here once again in San Gabriel Canyon. Live in Sky 2 overhead, I'm Desmond Shaw. Pat and Jeff, back to you in the studio. Yeah, hey there. Just a couple minutes out from that fire. Yeah. Ready when you are. Oh, really? What, are they saying that? Or? Oh, wow. Let's get on the other side if we can, please. Yeah, it's only like 2 acres. I haven't even been able to, dude. Constantly getting fuel and repairing, and I don't. Copy. How did this start over here? One minute. Let's back off a little more. It's kind of steep on it. Here, can you just move north a little? Way. Copy. Yeah, Jeff and Pat, this one much smaller than the Gulch fire we were showing you earlier. This off the 110 and Avenue 60. Just a couple of acres here. It is kind of close to some homes, though. Looks like this is on a hiking trail right here. What's kind of curious, though, is that this fire right here on the other side of the Gold Line tracks just began to take off as well. So that is a bit curious. There's 3 water-dropping helicopters on this one, though, trying to get it knocked down. They should get a handle on it pretty quickly. There's one of the water drops coming in. Right there, you can see some hand crews down there as well. But hopefully they will get this knocked down shortly. Pat and Jeff, back to you. Stand by. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. What? Yeah, so Jeff and Pat, we're trying to get a better angle for you here around all of the tall buildings, but it's taking place on Figueroa right around 8th Street. Part of Figueroa is shut down right now. We understand there was some kind of investigation with the ATF, so a federal agency, and they wanted LAPD to come assist them because they have a bomb squad. Some kind of suspicious device was discovered somewhere around Figueroa and 8th Street, and so LAPD, they're down here somewhere right here, actually looking at Figueroa and 7th. Let me just try to go down one more and see if we can see this. But they're working down on Figueroa, and they have part of the roadway shut down as they try to defuse whatever this device is, or at least determine what it is. So it's definitely going to be impacting traffic in downtown Los Angeles this afternoon. Pat and Jeff, back to you. No. Sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was trying to get a better angle, but it's okay. All right, my bad. I'll be more clear next time. we're on our way to another story. I'll have something for you here shortly. It's also in downtown on the 101. Someone jumped off a bridge and died. Yeah. Okay, copy.